What is going on, crypto enthusiasts? Happy Monday. Great start to the week for crypto altogether. Today is going to be launch day for our 1K to 10K challenge. If you haven't heard, or if you're new to this is essentially where we take a 1K portfolio and essentially work on flipping that into a 10K portfolio over time. We have set goals and limits that we're trying to reach on a week-to-week basis, certain TPs that we're looking to acquire on a day-to-day basis, and of course with risk management, certain stop losses that we're going to be paying attention to, so this way we don't blow our account. Got some good stuff for you guys today. A couple different coins that we're actually going to be looking into and trading. Some of you guys are already privy to some of this information that we've been posting inside of our server, inside of our community. I'm going to be outlining some of that and giving a little bit more detail, a little bit more context, but this is really what's going to be pushing the trading different coins aspects. So that being said, I want to jump over to the ETH charts so we have an idea as far as what we're working with for today. And right now, ETH is bullish. I won't front on that. ETH is bullish, but I think there's going to be a small little retracement that we can see. I say the word small because ETH has this funny habit of retracing like 80% of its pumps, right? So currently inside the community earlier, I had posted looking at shorts right around like 1828, maybe even a squeeze to like 1839 inside that area. And that could still come to fruition. But if we are bullish, we're going to close inside of this gap. We're going to close this gap right here and this gap right here. So 1758 down to like 1730 inside that area. If we're bullish, we're going to hold those levels and then we'll be able to move back up. Why am I pointing out these levels? Because it was an area of resistance during the course of just yesterday and today. We actually pushed right through it, but we have no retest inside that area. We have a little bit of consolidation, or excuse me, accumulation here in this area that which gave to this up thrust that we're seeing right now. So this is on a 15-minute. Obviously, if you guys are familiar with some of my setups and my trades and how I do things, I utilize a 15-minute for sessions, New York sessions. I'm going to take you over to the 4-hour real quick. This is the bigger idea that I'm working with. And there's two things that we really need to take into consideration here. For this move down, I'm qualifying this as a wave 3. And then, any moves that we see up are going to be essentially wave 4. Now, after an impulse, you're typically going to find some form of a correction. In this case, it would be a bearish retest correction, so an ABC. That being said, the ABC can go to one of two different levels, either flat or zigzag. Flat levels, start at 1.3 and they go all the way up to like 1.4. And then you have your 1.272 right in between. We tapped right into that 1.4 area, which is right around 1810.60. So if this is a flat wave C, then the levels that I'm looking at as far as like 1750 and 1730, those are going to get obliterated. Like we're going to come way further down because we do have a shaved bottom that sits from the previous days. 2 days ago, actually, we have a shaved bottom that sits over there, and that sits right around like the 1612, 1608 areas. So I could see that occurring, retracing back to those levels. Now, if my analysis is not incorrect, however, if we're early in the sense of saying this is going to be a flat level for ETH, then we're looking at zigzag levels, and that puts us right around like 1989, 1965. I still do believe and think inside the month of June, ETH could reach those levels, but I think it's going to probably come and revisit some of these lower levels first, just to kind of clear some imbalances that we've had, and then decide to push on up. As far as pinpointing the exact date and time, we can use some fib zones and we can figure that out here together. But this is just, a overall blanket as far as like my thesis, as far as what I'm looking at. I did open up some shorts here for ETH, small shorts, nothing crazy, nothing that's ridiculous, but just kind of just testing the waters, if you will. I did close out my long position. The long, I was satisfied with the long on that. If you recall, where did the long come from? It derived from a short that we were taking last week from the 1690s area, and then when we got to the 1602, it was a TP level. So basically I flipped at that 1602 benchmark and then decided to push up. Now let's look at USDT real quick. Let's take a peek at that. USDT has a nice push down thus so far. It's printing a 7 from a TD9 sequential perspective, so that's overall healthy. That's really what we're looking for. Now, TD9 sequential wise, you know, sometimes you get a 7 that prints lower than the 8 and 9. So maybe the 8 and 9 are going to go a little bit higher. We revisit up and then we come down. The way that I would be looking at this is looking at this entire move down thus so far as a wave A, and then we go into a wave B, and then we'll get our C. This is why I'm saying that there's a high probability that we would revisit, at least for ETH, those lower levels, considering what USDT may do here. We'll measure out some zones for that so we can kind of get some mathematics to give us perspective as far as where that wave B could land. And then we're going to go from there. A couple different coins, like as I mentioned before, that we're looking at. As of right now, I'm looking at Beat. Beat is one of them. Beat had a 40% pump. We shorted that just last week, somewhere around like the 10.5 to 11.4 areas. And we've rode that all the way down. And then it's had roughly like a 38% retracement thus so far, relatively healthy. So seeing if there's any long opportunities here for Beat going into this session, into this stream. I am going to consider this to go into the challenge. And then also pre-market, we did something a little bit early this morning. And if you're not part of our pre-market analysis, it's inside of our VIP. VIP is 100% free. If you're curious as to how to join that, one, you'd want to join the server and then go into the VIP access channel, and then you just follow the links that are there. There are some additional caveats for that when you join VIP. For example, some of the indicators that I utilize through these streams or on a day-to-day basis, you'll actually have access to these. So there's a full announcement as far as how to gain access to those. But that's a long way of saying we did a pre-market analysis on one of these coins. It actually came up on our scanner, our bot scanner. So some of us decided to short Clo this morning. I've never traded Clo. I was just looking at the data. So it's not a coin in the sense of project that I'm familiar with. I'm just looking at it from a trader's perspective and then going from there. I think we're inside this distribution phase right now for Clo. So is there a possibility that we come back up to this? What is this here? 0.26 level? Yeah, because there's some liquidity that sits inside that zone. But fortunately enough, this is the same areas that we were shorting from. So if anything, you know, we'll either have a round trip or an opportunity to add. I did take some small profits off of it. That way my time wasn't wasted, if you will. But these are the coins that I'm trading thus so far. As I mentioned before, if there's coins that you guys want me to look at, that you feel like there's a good opportunity out there, then post them inside of the chat section. I'll be reviewing that and then taking them into consideration for this challenge. All of these setups are going to be executed live on Blofin. There is a 20% deposit cashback that you'll receive if you choose to join us on Blofin and utilize our referral link. The referral link is inside the description, and it's also inside the VIP access section. So just another way for you guys to acquire a little bit more capital. And if you're going to be trading on an exchange, why not? They should be giving you some benefits. So these are one of those exchanges that are going to be giving you some benefits and giving you a little bit more capital, so that way you can trade with. These are the current positions, as you can see here on Blofin. So that's what I'm working with right now. What's up, boy? Good morning, guys. What's up, Pac-Man? How you doing? How to get the same hat? We might roll something like that out. Yeah, I saw that in the server. Nice move, Pac-Man. Nice move. But yeah, we might get some swag for the community, some Citadel hats. But I'm glad you guys like it. Glad you guys like it. I've been in so many positions on Blofin over the last like week. I actually haven't closed out any. Like I've got in one, got in another, got in one, got another. And the reason I'm saying is because in order to change to hedge mode, you got to be out of all your positions. Typically, I like to hedge, and I would have hedged my long, but considering I didn't have that set up for on Blofin just yet, because I haven't closed everything out yet, I'm not hedging. All I'm doing is just closing that position and then just going into the opposite side. Yeah, I think ETH maybe wants to touch this gap right over here inside this area. I think we get into this little gap right here, which is like 1839, 1840, maybe like 1847, just depends on where it goes on that candle. I did take some trades on Dusk this morning, but Dusk it just wasn't moving. It just wasn't performing the way that what I was looking for essentially. So I just took small profits on that and closed that position. Now you guys that are inside here that are already part of the Citadel Pro role and VIP, you guys can see the scanner that's there. Obviously when I'm streaming, I'm not going to be paying attention to the scanner, but if you see any B grade, A grade, or elite grade setups that are in there, drop it in the chat. We'll jump into it real quick as far as charting it and seeing where the opportunity lies for us. You got a couple of C grades that are on here, which are fine. It's just something for you to be paying attention to be looking at, but we got a couple C grades that are in here. I want to focus on beat here because I think beat can get a small little move. This is on a 15-minute. It's not as cooled down as I wanted, but on an hourly, it is a little bit more cooled down. I'm gonna take some of this noise off so that way we can actually see what we're looking at. Actually, let me throw that back on real quick. Okay, I see that. I see that. I see that. And I was just playing around with some trend lines there, but essentially I'm looking at this as a channel. I wanted to see beat, retest the 50 benchmark for this channel. However, there's the possibility it has a flush down into these levels right over here, which would make sense, obviously with the pump that it's had. I would not be shocked or surprised if something like that occurs. Mainly focusing it on a 15-minute. I want to see how that works out here on a 15-minute. See, we're inside of this gap right now, so it's closing some of this gap. It might flush out, which is fine. It's no harm, no foul. What's up, Omar? Good morning. What's up, brother? Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Santam? Yeah, it's an option to run the copy trade for VIP. I was trying it on a different exchange. You know, I won't mention it. That's not the point. I just didn't have the best of experience on it when I was running it for myself and testing it out, and it kind of made me apprehensive. So I'm still open to the copy trade. Don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, making sure that we're running it on the right exchange from that perspective. See if we can get a bounce here somewhere for beat. Yeah, but that looks pretty tough. It gave one sweep. Let's see if it gives another. And then I'm gonna look for ads on ETH. Nice little, see, it just closed that gap. You got a sweep that went inside there. That's really what you're looking for. So this sweep is going to trigger because it's looking at this candle right over here. You see how the sweep went away? Because now the body is underneath here. So that sweep didn't register. So most likely we'll get another sweep here. And that's really what we're looking for on these longs. You know, when I'm longing something like that, or at least I'm trying to position myself. ETH has a little bit more to go up. I'm okay with that. It gave me a 54 on long score, so not the most ideal. I'm looking for like 80 plus. Why did that not go away? Whoops, did not mean that. I meant to do that. Ideally, I want to see an 80 plus on our dashboard. I'll leave the dashboard up for you guys. Sometimes it takes up a little bit of space, but I'll leave it up for you guys so you guys know what I'm reading, what I'm looking at. You guys can hear me okay? Music's not too loud for you guys. LTC, I'll throw it on the chart here in a second. I'll look at it. I haven't looked at LTC, but I'll take a peek at it. I don't think it came across our scanner, but I will look at it for us. Actually, let's do that now. It's ranging right now. It's got a lot of gaps to fill. And that's a scallop bottom. I'd wait. I'd wait on that. You want to see what happens here at this weekly high. That's what this aqua line represents. It represents weekly high, and then you can see the weekly low. It's very small, so you're in this tight little range. I'd be careful with that as far as shorting, because it can push up and then expand that range. So then you have expansion, and then it decides to come down. So you see how wide this one is for beat. So that's one of the reasons why I was looking at potential longs for it. That and the daily, I believe, has this ungodly like wick. Is it daily or weekly? Yeah, it's weekly, my bad. Like, I want to see a portion of that filled at some point. At some point. All right, so you're below 764, so 786. Okay, so you're at 786 now. Okay. And getting into zigzags. This is from a 1 hour or 4 hour, I forget. I think it's from a 4 hour. Right. But this is kind of what I'm looking at right now for beat. And then our C is somewhere over here. That's an impulse candle that's brewing. That's actually an impulse. That's a 9 that's showing. That's on a 1 hour too. So this C is either going to be, you know, somewhere around here, or, you know, C is going to come down to these levels. How much time is left in that hour? 4 minutes. All right, say less. Let's see where we're getting at. You may not be able to tell the difference. I mean, I can. It's just an indicator that I have here. But that's for a 9 that's printing. And I'm pretty sure I can find it right here. Oh, the 9 already printed. Oh no, this is the 9, sorry. Yeah, that is the 9. Yeah, that is the 9. Just trying to make the charts just a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier for you guys to read. You like the playlist? Yeah, one of our members put me onto it, man. I've listened to it nonstop. I've listened to it nonstop. Yeah, there's a violin one, and then there's a cello one. So I've just been vibing to those. I could look at H a little bit later, yes. Inject and hype. I'll look for injective and hype. Yep. I'll keep them on the radar. I'll keep them on the radar. So Cypher's printing green dot here on the hourly. What's the 4 hour look like? 4 hour looks like it wants to print one soon. It's a lagging one, so we'll see what that looks like. Let's kind of go in between. Let's go with 144. 144 is giving the shakeout. Okay. Let's go back to that 9. Let's see if it can stick. Let's come down to a 2-minute real quick. Let's see if we can get a sweep. Yeah, give me a sweep, give me a sweep, give me a sweep. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Let's see if we can hold that. And get a hammer on that move. I just don't like the coloration from a temperature perspective. I like it on the hourly, which is obviously better data. You know, I have nice cooldowns. I mean, this is the ideal color that I'm looking for. This is very cool. You know, so we stopped and then kind of moved sideways. And then you can see like the coloration started to change, got a little bit more light green, and then here we are again. What does it look like on 4 hour? Yeah, 4 hours got a pretty decent cooldown thus so far. What's your coin again? Humanity? Oh, they're just whipsawing. Oh, 2 sessions, 2 days in a row. Oof. You got a shaved bottom down here. I'm pretty sure that's a shaved bottom. Actually, I mean, I don't think that's gonna pick it up. Yeah, it's not gonna pick it up. Okay, that's why you went there. Okay. Damn, that's ugly. Woo. I would just be careful with shorting it. I mean, the shorts look like they're gonna be a little bit more favorable. You're only scoring a 44 on the long right now, so it's essentially not the greatest setup. And momentum right now is bullish, but you see that whipsaw? They're having fun with both sides. So for me, like, I'm not saying it's untradeable. It's just that's not my preferred type of setup. And I'm starting here on the daily. I'm sure I can find something like on a 15-minute or 1 hour and find like a scalp. I'm pretty sure I can fit something in there, but I don't feel like fighting that. I'd be open to looking at longs. What's this right here? What's the open? 9584. Okay, so there's actually liquidity there. So I'd want to see what occurs here inside of this fair value gap. You know, technically it hasn't been tested. You know, this wick came real close to it, but then didn't touch it. So I don't want to short it here inside of this area, and then it pushes all the way back up to the weekly high. Right, like I'm right in the middle of that body of that candle. When you have a whipsaw, which these are clear whipsaws, it's whipping up and then whipping down, and then you have relatively a smaller body. This is a better example of the current daily session where we're at right now. For me, that's by my standards, that's just untradeable. So I'm gonna I'll put a pin in H. We can circle back to it, but no bueno for me, my friend. No bueno for me. What else we got? Share the link in Discord, please. The playlist. Yeah, go to it's already there. Go to the off-topic section of the server, and you'll see the playlist in there. It's in the off-topic channel. And our boy plays a lot of music too, so you can hear him. He's a conductor, so you watch him play the piano. He's playing the guitar. He's singing. So super talented, super talented. But yeah, the playlist is there. And then when you do find it, or at least you go to the playlist, you'll find the other ones. I'm on Apple. I found it on Apple. But if you're going to go through YouTube, you can find the other playlist that he has. Yeah, I'm going to run the whole challenge live. Yes, I'm going to run the whole challenge live. Sheesh. Did you drop more? Yeah, you sure did. Give us that sweep. Okay. I took that long on beat. Very risky, but I'm tapping into these weekly lows, right? So that's my thesis, but I did long beat here. I think there's a little bit, maybe a little bit more room to run, but I'm not running crazy leverage, guys. I'm only running 5x, so there's lots of room to play with. That's what we're looking for. That type of candle, that's what we're looking for. So like, this is a good example of like how I trade and what I'm looking for when I'm trading, right? You can even see on the dashboard here to the left, you can see long score just jumped to 69 and it's on a watch list now. Coupled with that, you know, you got to sweep. One thing that I'm noticing on different coins, a couple different coins, like when you get that first sweep, like 8 times out of 10, you're going to see that second sweep. So like if you're trading on the lower time frames and you catch the first sweep, I would treat the first sweep like a scalp and then wait for the second sweep. Wow. You guys know what a sweep is? Wait for the second sweep to increase your chances for an intraday or even a potential swing. So this is kind of what I'm looking for. So once I see these type of moves and I know that I'm sweeping, I want to enter in with liquidity. So going back to like what I like to teach with you guys, I like to teach structure, liquidity, invalidation, and execution. So this is the structure, right? The ABC. That's the structure that I'm working with. I'm going to give it confluence with a channel structure. I want to see that this channel essentially holds, right? That's really what I'm looking for. So this is structure. Now I'm going to float down to a 2-minute and I kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 2-minute is going to act as a point for liquidity, looking for the liquidity sweep, and also for execution, to execute the trade. So you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Invalidation in this particular case, it's loose, but this is going to be based on risk tolerance, right? Because we're inside of this ABC. So, I mean, I can come all the way down to here and the structure itself is still valid. The structure itself is still valid. The position is invalid. So then when I have one of these scenarios where I'm still inside that structure and that structure is developing, but maybe my entry is not the best, then I defer to a 1.01% stop loss. So if price action gets away from me from entry 1.01%, then I'll hop out of it. Essentially, it turns into a burn position, and then I'm looking for a re-entry. That's when I have these type of structures. You can be a little bit more, give it a little bit more grace, if you will. If you're, if you're running like a lower leverage, or maybe you're just DCAing in, you can go to like a 2.01%. So when something hits in validation, it doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is gone. You know, that changes unless you're trading like harmonics for like a PRZ zone, or if you're trading Elliott waves. Like, you still have your overall structure, but maybe your entry is just bad. That's why you would have a somewhat of a tighter stop loss, and that's just going to help you protect where your position is at. I hope that makes sense. What's up, Solar? How you doing, brother? You found it. Good job. Good job. Where you been, Solar? You've been quiet, brother. You've been quiet. We miss you in the server, man. Taking all that education and keeping it to yourself. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Wrong one. That's the one that I'm... This is the one I need. This is the one we need. Oh, scroll too much on that one. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's more visible. So going back to the chart, right? Coming back here to the 2 minute. You know, it's decent, but mind you, it's only a 2 minute. Right? So in these scenarios, I might scale out just a little bit here just to cover fees, things of that nature. Right? So in this scenario, do like maybe like just 10%. There. So that's kind of what it looks like. And then it's just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Some exams at work. I hear you. More power to you, brother. More power to you. %2 of the coin. So 2% from entry. And I've used that too, right? So like sometimes if I get like 15% in the red, if I'm in a structure and, you know, I've already started building my position, but then I get like 15% in the red for position wise, right? In the position, it's 15% in the red. Then I'll cut it and then I'll look for a new entry that's a little bit lower. It just depends on the coin, right? It's like, so for example, like ETH here, like ETH, I'm gonna look for DCAs here on ETH. That's what I'm looking for. And then we break out of this channel, then, you know, it's a hard stop for me once I break out of this channel, and then I'm looking for the higher levels over here. But ETH has a small weekly range as well too. And see, long score on 4 hours at 0 right now. Like it's range based. That's where the transition is right now. It's trying to transition into bullish regime. So you're going to get a range, but when you have that range, sometimes you get small little flush downs. I guess like in a long way, what I'm saying, it's like, it's not a one size fits all in the sense of how you're going to treat your trade. It depends on the structure, it depends on your coin. There's a multitude of different things, but those are going to be some of the, how do I put this? The rules, that's the best way of putting it. Sorry, loss of words there. There's going to be the rules for myself, you know, when I'm trading, and if I'm inside of a structure and I'm like, okay, this is going to be a risky entry. Is there room to go lower or room to go higher? Yes. Okay. So let me look at either 15% in the red or look at 1.01%. And that's going to be contingent on margin. You know, if I'm running with a much larger margin, then I'm probably going to go with 1.01%. If I'm running with something that's moderate, then I'll give it like 15% in the red. and then either close out and or add, right? It's always the moves that you feel like, oh man, I don't know what's gonna happen here. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Then it finally goes. So that's a good move on beat. It's decent. What did that coloration change to? But see, let's see what it looks like on 15-minute. Yeah, it doesn't look that good on 15-minute either. Nothing on a 30. Let's go to 55. 55, decent cooldown. I like the 89 for intraday. That's a nice cooldown on the 89. I like that. Let's go to 610 real quick. That don't look good on 610. So maybe I get to this short little term. Man, I would love to just get back to this weekly high. And then we can continue back down. But if I finished here, and I get an impulse, where's the tool that I'm looking for? You know, let's say I get an impulse and I get something like this, then I want to see maybe like 88% of this, 76 to 88% of this retrace, like this move up. I want to see like 76 to 88% of that retrace. And if I can hold that, then I go into a 3. That would be like perfect world. I know there's a shaved head around here somewhere. I saw it earlier today. Where are you? I think you're here. No, you're not there. I can see. There you are. You're right here. So that 5.47. Yeah, there it is right there. 5.5. So this is higher time, a little bit higher time frame. It's a 1 hour with the shave head and the shave head right above it. So bottom line is like, it makes sense to at least go and test that weekly. Then that's what gives me that idea, saying, okay, well, maybe I get to here, somewhere in this level, test the middle of this channel, and then I can come back down, retrace maybe like 80% of it, hold it, move sideways for a little bit, and then we can move into like a 3. If you guys are excited for this challenge, please do me a favor and smash the like button. It definitely helps the channel. It helps the community. Lets me know that you guys are here and engaged and that you guys want more. It's the best way you guys could ever say thank you. And it doesn't cost a thing. So I want to come back and keep hunting this. Where were we on a 2-minute? But see that now it just flushed all the way back down, right? Yeah, you got a gap here. Yeesh. Yeah, this looks like there's some more building going on it. Need some more building. I just saw that, Pac-Man. You're very welcome. Yep, quick profit. I'm looking at the scanner right now, seeing if anything's popping up. We got all low grades, C grade. They're all C grades. Eigen? I don't even know how to pronounce it. E-I-G-E-N? Eigen? I don't know. That keeps popping up. I'm gonna probably take a look at that here in a second. I mean, the 1 hour and the 4 hour aligned for break of structures and bullish breaker structures on high time frame. Damn, everything's aligned. Why is this giving me a C grade? It's probably due to volume. Oh, there's not enough. There wasn't a liquidity event yet. That's why. That's why. That's why. So if you guys are ever curious and you're like, what is Saint talking about? What is he looking at? This is essentially what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, one, I want to see the structure. Do we all align? Do we have alignment? Yes. 5 minute, 15 minute, they align. 1 hour and 4 hour, they align. So high time frame for confirmation gives me 2 out of 2. So that gives it a higher score. But the problem with this is that there hasn't been a liquidity event just yet to trigger entries. This is why it's getting a C grade right here. That's what's driving it down. So we need a liquidity event first, then we can start looking for some longs. I would suspect that this is most likely going to change as far as target. Most likely, in my opinion, I think it's probably going to run into invalidation. It's going to run into invalidation, and then it's going to reprint a setup for you. There's going to be a full tutorial for you guys that are part of Citadel Pro and VIP, so you guys will have a full breakdown of that. But in essence, like, everything is pretty much on the card what you should be looking for. The idea is for you to take this information, you know, like picture like you have like this crypto assistant that's coming to your desk and saying, hey, take a look at this. Kind of like what you guys are doing here in the chat, like, look at this coin or anything like that. This is doing something very similar for you, but it's doing a lot of the legwork. It's cross-referencing 1 hour, 4 hour, 5 minute, and 15 minute. It's utilizing smart money concepts as far as strategy. So you have a firm strategy for structure wise. And it's bringing that information saying, hey, look at this because this needs to be on your watch list, or hey, this is prime and ready to go. You know, there's a good short opportunity or a good long opportunity that's here. So all the data is going to be there for you as far as from entry and validation, where the targets need to be, and risk to reward based on the TPs. I'm hoping it works for you guys. I've tested it out since the weekend. As I've been building it with you guys inside of VIP, I've been utilizing and taking a couple setups on them. When I start trading a whole bunch of coins, you know, they all turn to scalps for me. Being ADD, you got, you know, you're hyper focused on one thing, and trading so many different coins, yeah, it's not my appetite. You know, I got my main setup for ETH. You know, that's my main baby. That's the main one that I trade, and then I'm just filtering in a couple other types of coins just to offset what ETH does. Because if ETH starts moving slow, then, you know, I want to make sure that the challenge is successful for everybody. So this is why we're incorporating other coins. But ultimately, you know, those profits get flipped right back over into ETH and or BTC. That's the purpose of trading these smaller coins, because they can give us faster moves. I think Pac-Man just took the one on Beat. He did like 50% profit on that in a matter of like 2 minutes. So that's kind of like what I'm driving home. It's like, you don't need to be sitting in these unique coins for a very long time or holding on to them, you know, expecting like a moon bag out of them. You got to treat them like a cold shower, in and out, in and out. It keeps playing the same song. Hold on. There we go. Switch that up. right, well, the music stopped. That's no bueno. Yeah, I gotta do it like this. There we go. Yep, in and out. And so, like, this is a perfect example. Like, look what ETH is doing. Like, ETH is just chilling, just hanging out, right? So, like, some of these other coins become a little bit more tradable. Did I look at this yet? Yeah, I did look at LTC. I'm gonna wait for on LTC. I want to see will that range expand a little bit more before I even touch it. Yeah, see, that's a decent pull. That's a decent pull. This is our only saving grace, but we're still not out of the woods yet. We still need July to come into the picture here before we can even confirm that we've bottomed. So there's a lot going on for ETH. I think best case scenario, in my opinion, would be, you know, testing 1965, 1989 inside the month of June, but still closing underneath that. If it still closes underneath it, then it's still inside of a bullish setup phase, which opens the door for July to print a 9. And so it's just a matter of where that 9 is going to go, because the 8 is lower though so far. So it's 50-50. It printed an 8 with a 13 on the lead up phase for ETH on the monthly. I am on 2 minute. I want to go back to 15. What? Tell me this beat doesn't go hard. Oh man. You know the music's good when you got that stank face on, right? Inge? Oh my gosh, you just mentioned my nemesis. I hate Inge. I have the worst win ratio when it comes to trading Inge. I'll look at it for you. But yeah. What about gold? What's your question about gold? Am I trading gold? No, I'm not trading gold. Do we have gold available? Yes, we do have gold available. It is tradable, but I'm not trading gold. Man, how are you going to go from that song to that? Yeah. You wanted to look at Inge. Let me look at Inge for you. Hate this coin. Really do. And I'm just being bratty when I say it because it always gets me. I mean, you probably gotta, you know what the hell you want to call this? 1? Yeah, maybe a 1 on that. I mean, you got a scallop bottom. Did you hit an all-time low? You hit an all-time low. But when was this? That's October. And then you touched it again in February when everything else was dumping. Okay. So, I mean, that's a hard way of calling out a 1. That's on a daily. What can I see on a 4-hour? It's not any better. Yeah, I still think that B has higher up. I would anticipate that, bro. I don't see that as being the B and then the C, yeah, because then that C has truncation on it. It's not even flat like that, so I'd anticipate something like this up here, and then you'll get your move down. I'll set an alarm for it. So when we tap that level, I'll see what's going on. I'll save it, and then I'll add it. I need to get back over to this real quick. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not doing that. Oh yeah, we can close that. Save and close. You're gonna give me another opportunity or what? Oh, did you just whipsaw? You did whipsaw. That's interesting. I need to adjust this. Man, I think now we're in 2, so now we're in zigzags. I think we're in zigzag territory already. Oh no, not yet. Damn, I got all that. It's funny how you just trade with fibs enough times that you know what levels it's going to. I mean, somebody might disagree, but this is how I'm looking at it. Yeah, intermediate's fine. Holy cow, I think I just saw a falling wedge. Is that accurate? Yeah, I could just use the bottom of that. Damn. What if that turned into a flag? It's a little lopsided, but good golly, Miss Molly. I don't think that'll happen, but it's good to have an imagination. Pattern-wise going, yeah, I can even find a PRZ over here too, which kind of feeds into that. I can go from here. And I'm pretty sure if I throw my detector, it's probably going to pick something up very similar. Nah. It just used different pivot points for me, but actually, no, it didn't. Look at that. It pulled the exact same ones, except it used wave X different than what I used. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, cool. Yep. Good. So we got a total pattern that printed here. Wave B. How do I get there though? How do I get there? How do I get there? So I want to measure from here. From that perspective, I should be getting out of this area relatively soon. So how do I get here? Yeah, then that kind of feeds into what I was looking at. See, I'm trying to line up with this wave B. Maybe. It's a big maybe. Come on, ETH, come on up. Did you just double bottom? How are you getting there? Oh, there it is. I'll take that. Sweep. Now testing a demand zone, seeing if that demand zone can hold. Like we're super zoomed in right now, mainly looking for execution. So this is why we're on 2 minute here. ETH is getting back up there. Good job. ETH is probably going to squeeze. Come on. Don't be shy. Everybody loves you. Oh, come on, ETH. Don't do that. Cooperate. I'm looking for shorts on ETH here. Scalp shorts. Okay. Okay. ETH just filled an order that I had here. In this area. There we go. Whew. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, we're back. Let's get the docking station back on here. Yeah, I did. I'm managing both ETH and Beat. Yeah, that's an exhaustion candle printing for ETH. I want to get the top of that. All right, we're back. It's inside of here. This channel, this part of the channel. If I break out, then the bump and run reversal is gonna print, and then I'm gonna have to flip into long because shorts are not gonna play out. So it's a risky short right here. So 1840s. Beat is being suppressed, boy. What do I have above? Yeah. Ideally, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for to come down to here and make some decisions here. And then if we start moving back up, then we're coming up to here. Yeah, it's a hard slide so far for USDT. So just waiting for USDT to finish here. I don't know where wave A is going to finish. That's what we're waiting for. 1843-ish. Oh, sorry, my average price 18.45. I apologize. Beat is the one that's difficult for me right now. It's being suppressed underneath this channel line. I can close like that, that's fine. Inverted hammer, I'll take that all day long. Uh, 1740, 1750s. See, it's not wiggling. It's not wiggling. Yeah, this area is what I really want to target. No, I get it. Trying to catch that short. I got you. I got you. I understood. That was a good little scalp on beat, though. Maybe your keyboard is telling you needs a break. Yeah, 47. That's what's up. I think I got some shaved bottoms that are sitting right there too. Oh, not there. What is this? 1769, 62, 1717. That's kind of steep. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's 89 though. 72, 62. That's in, and there's another. What, did that get cleared? It looks like it did, but it's thin, so we'll just still constitute that one. That got cleared. This didn't get cleared, and that's 58, yeah. Minor interruption, but we're right back on pace. Right back on pace. I know you meant open, but I get what you're saying. Your keyboard's on something. Hold on. I gotta move one of my plants real quick, guys. Sorry. I know that's weird, but I gotta move one of them. Be right back. Oh boy. All right, here we go. We need to find this wave. No, it's still C. It's not, because you don't get a clean count. Yeah, you don't get a clean count. You don't get a clean count. So I'm still going to constitute that as C. As a matter of fact, let's go over to... I actually already have it. I don't need to redo it. I already have it. Oh, really needed to break down there. That's where it needs to break down. Hang on for a second. My phone's buzzing. Jeez. I'm gonna take some profit off of that. You come all the way right back down. Beat just squeezed bottom shorters. Yeah, moves like that. When you see moves like that, just take a little bit off the top. 10, 15%. Call it a day. Close the whole thing. I mean, it's totally up to you. Yep, coming right back. At least it broke into this little, right into this side of the channel. But I think you got a shaved head right here. Shaved bottom, excuse me. Oh no, there's a little tiny wick in there somewhere. This is the second time they've done that. They did that over here. They did the same thing over here. Waked up and then came right back down and then it went lower. Yeah, it was right over here. And that's on a 3-minute, man. That's running so... Beat is running hot on a 3-minute. Which tells me it wants a point for testing those lows again. Let's go back over to a 1 hour. ETH. Yeah, that's that 1 hour. It's not there yet. Sell dot hasn't printed yet. It's lagging, but we might be a little bit of a bunny jumping ahead on it. We'll see. Clo is printing though. Clo looks good. It's a good short. And I need to look at that C. Oh damn, technically we tapped into it, but there's a shaved bottom, so let's go for 1.272. If you guys are still holding Clo from earlier this morning, I'm gonna take a little bit off of it, off of Clo, just in case. Just in case. I'll clean this up and I'll post this inside the setup, so in case you guys are trading beat, you guys have an idea what I'm looking at. And the bar pattern is already in there too. I see this target right here being tapped. 1859. I have a feeling it's going to go there. You're gonna get one more little whoop. I can probably get a subwave out of that, yeah. Not really. Can't even get a subwave out of that. Yep. This thing's gonna come back down here. That was a fast scalp. Yeah, it's still got more juice in the tank. If it breaks out of here, then we might have to flip. If you see a massive push up to here, like a massive candle push up, that's whales are longing a resistance line. So it's taking everybody for liquidity. So I highly recommend either being on guard or keep a tight stop loss if you're walking away. All right, got a new 15-minute here. A gap down. A little gap down. Look at Dust fall. I hate you, Dusk. So I'll let you know. Dust is such a pain, bro. Oh, you went higher. Never mind. Why isn't this weekly calculating? That's wrong. That's wrong. All patience. All patience. Yeah, like 1782, 1750, 1760s in those areas. You moved your stop loss to profits for Clo. Yeah, I took some profits off of Clo. Yeah, see, I think Clo's gonna try to close in some of these guys. Bro, I would love to see a zigzag on it. I mean, look at this. There's like nothing down here. What is that? 195.15. What did I say it was? 195.15. Bro, if it went there, I might do a backflip. Yeah, because right now it's breached the first flat level. It's approaching the second flat level. So on these flat levels, I'm just stripping out a little bit here and there. And it's got a buy signal coming soon, but that's 15 minute. Let's go to 1 hour. Yeah, nothing on 1 hour, so we'll let that ride a little bit longer. These are just going to be taking some TPs, so that way it's just the time invested isn't wasted. You know what? Can I find a pattern on Clo? Nope. Damn, this thing moves so weird. Man, it's sharp on both sides. Sheesh. Yeah, every move is sharp. Well, there was a pattern there. And I think that went to full TP. Yeah, I'll go from here. I can go from here. It's a little wonky. It's a little wonky like that, but it still works. So you went all the way up to C. Jeez, bro, if that came down to here, holy shnikes. Damn, that thing is just cascading. Nice. Let's move this over so we can just see a little bit better. So it's taken all of the flat levels so far. I'm gonna strip a little bit off of that. Yeah, I took a little bit off of that. I can answer your question for you, bro. It's these levels right over here. Down into these zones. So you have a gap right here. You have a little gap right here. There's a value gap right here. No small ones. And then you have liquidity that sits right over here. So these would be like my first, probably like 35% that I'd be looking at here. And then I'm obviously looking at this level right over here, 1730s. Not in between here. I want to see this level hold or this level hold. So that's 1750s down to 1731. If you're following on the site, right, this is the setup. So you can even just go back into the site and you can see it right here. Here's the setup. It's entry zone 1748 through 1755. Right, and then waiting for these TPs. And then the full map as far as explanation is all there, resistance and support levels are there, and then you have the map that's there. So it's on the site as well too for you guys. Beat keeps giving up, man. I'm gonna hope that it's accumulation that's building there. Yeah, definitely not there. Inverted hammer would be great. That'd be decent to see. We can actually get one. Damn it, missed my ad on that. I was trying to get an ad on beat. I moved too slow. Let me see if I can get something in here. 3.846. Yeah, come on. Come on down, buddy. If you guys recall this line right over here last week, this was the area of interest. This is what we needed to see cracked. You see that it served its purpose a couple times, so it became a key level for USDT. Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still going to be a key level. So nice. Oh wait, hold on. Beat's coming down. Yay. Yeah, there's not that much liquidity that's right there. Oh, ETH. You pump when you want to pump. You dump when you want to dump. Okay, that's good. It's decent. Better way of putting it. It's decent. Yep. Like we said, beat will come right back down. This was inducement. They did the same thing. Like I said, they did the same thing over here. Actually, sorry, right over here. They did the same thing here. Same move. Why did it do that? I like that on B. Now can we stick there? Let's go a little bit higher and let's look left. Let's see what we got. What? Why does that keep doing that? That's very interesting. It keeps flipping back to another time frame. All right, so we had some accumulation right over here that led to this impulse, so we're retesting this area right now. Okay. ETH, what do you got going on here, buddy? So you're gonna punish late longs or early shorts? Flip a coin right now. Close is performing the best for me right now. Close the one right now. Bro, you're a sneaky little bugger, aren't you? You're sneaky. Look at you. I know. I see what you want to try to set up. I have a feeling you're trying to induce that. But I think you're at a C. The only way that that actually performs is that C's not done. Jeez, I don't even have to touch Claw right now. Just do your thing. Do your thing. I might even think about consider adding to that, but not when it's free fall like that. I think that's just a blind entry if I do it that way. Why does it keep freaking doing that? You certainly want lower for beat. That's okay. We'll take it. I'll take it. More flush? I'm on. I'm just scalping this, guys, just as an FYI. Like these little moves up, just taking profits, re-entering, taking profits, re-entering. Bad boy's on a free fall. And look at that jump, bro. What was that? What was that? Inducement, boy. Nothing but inducement. Jeez, look at Chloe, man. Look at that thing. Look at Chloe go. All right, is everybody done here, or we still got more in us? What are we doing here, ETH? Would ideally like to see beat at 5.7 at some point, at least revisiting that area. That's the ideal target that I like to see for beat. That daily wick is gargantuic. Be right back, I'm gonna get some water, guys. Back. I'm here. I'm gonna be watching charts. I'm gonna be eating at the same time though, so if I'm mute or if I'm not speaking, it's because I got a mouthful of food. I sure did. I'm just scalping beat. Not overly committing to it. They're just dumping on Chloe. Jeez. Oh, much better. I don't know about you guys, but I'm one of those people that get cranky when I don't eat. Much better. I'm gonna take some off of that on beat. Should have looked at a BTC short. What I should have done. Let's go look at BTC. Good golly, Miss Molly. Yeah, very similar to ETH, except it's got a lot of it's got a huge gap here to close. A much bigger gap than what ETH has. See, ETH already closed majority of it. I think I retraced all of its move. That entire slide down, it just retraced. Just quick in and out, guys. That's really all it is. In and out, in and out. There you go, beat. Come on down again. No. Keep that same energy. Come on down. Keep that same energy. I'm enjoying scalping it. And Chloe might be getting ready for a long soon. Like, as soon as I said that. Depending on this next candle, I might be closing out here on Chloe. I'm gonna look for a long on Chloe. That's nice. Did you go to 2 even? I think it went to 2 even. Yeah, you went to a 2 even. You're at zigzag levels. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna close Chloe. And then I'm gonna look for a long on Chloe. Just want to see a retracement on it first. This would be like a confirmation candle. I want to see if it holds that trend line. ETH is up to something. I'm telling you right now, ETH is up to something. I think the retracement will be small and then it's going to continue its pump because look at BTC. It has all this gap to finish clearing out. Let's just speculate here. Yeah, I'll probably look to maybe long this. I'll probably sweep inside here. So when USDT tries to touch that, because what is that, 4 back? Probably not in this day. So next day would be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yeah, at this level right over here, it's going to try to change that. So fid level wise, 8.8. That'll give us an opportunity to read long ETH. I was looking at Chloe. Ooh, Chloe, there you are. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna take profits there on Chloe. I closed Chloe. Good run on Chloe. Let me see if I can get into a long on it. Yeah, that worked so far. So far. So far. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of profit off of Beat. Because it's straddling this line here. It's having a hard time. ETH is okay. I'm not touching ETH just yet. I'm gonna let that one breathe a little bit. Let's move this over. There we go. Let's see what Clo can do. I mean, it still has this area right here. I mean, there's very thin liquidity there. All the way down to here. Running this volume profile right over here. So I could be early on my long, but that's okay. I'm running a lower leverage. I have room with it. There you go, Beat. Yeah, I see ETH. Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna see if Clo can hold it here, hold it in these areas. You got to be careful with this trend line though, because this can turn into liquidity real fast. Because if I'm seeing it, I'm not the only person seeing it. I think best bet that we can get is probably somewhere right around here for a 1. If this is a C completion, so I would say something like best case scenario would be this, and then you get a retracement. It'll probably break this line and go like 88%, something like that, and then you can move up. But I don't get it. We can't get like a normal count on close, so it's like it's in the air. I can't get a normal count. See? That's what Beat keeps doing. It's struggling with this line. It's just riding this line down. Wouldn't be surprised if you see a squeeze up and then it just comes all the way right back down. Let's see scanner wise if anything printed here. Let's go. Let's look at the scanner real quick. See what anything that popped up. XRP's on the list. Wow. Sol's on the list too. These are C grades though. Yeah, these are C grades, so we need to watch. I'll go look at Sol here in a second. Let me just do a quick review. All C grades. Yeah, so it has Sol on a watch list. So let's use BTC's chart. We'll flip that over to Sol. Why are you giving me a long? Oh, you're a C grade. That's why. Your liquidity event's at a 6 out of 20, and your volume is 16 out of 20. I don't know. I might short this one. Maybe fully extend it. Can you get me right back in here, please? That'd be nice. And get me right back in there. You're running hot on a 4-hour. I'm tapping into zigzag C levels. Yeah, I'll look for a short on that one. Ooh, look at Clo come right back down. You little stinker. Yeah, I might be early on Clo. It's a smaller margin. It's like 178. It's not a huge margin. And I'm running at 5x, so like I have room to play with it. I'm gonna take a little bit off of ETH just so I can cover a little bit of fees here and there. Just a small amount. If I do decide, if it does come back to those areas and those regions, I have margin to add back to it. I took 12% off of ETH, FYI. I know I said I wasn't, but I want to cover fees. That's my habit, so I need to stick to my habits. And then I can focus on Clo and Sol. I don't want to touch Sol just yet. 2.5 hours, some change on this 4 hour. Let's just set an alarm here, so we know when we come back and revisit that area. Excuse me. That was small because that was on a 15-minute, I believe. Yeah, I blew past those, so yeah, I'm tapping into those, so that taking profit wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Perfect world if B can get to 5.7, that would be like so money. Like just close all of this gap, like all of this in here, and get me somewhere around here. Right. You guys vibing with me? You guys taking some of these positions?
Fucking beats code.
ETH, BTC, and B. What's up? What's up, Scissors? What's going on, fam? My brother from another mother. That's what's up. Yeah, I saw your target. I think you had like 1850. And I think you reached your levels just shy of it, which is fine. I mean, I would still constitute as 1850. I'd still give credit there. I shorted. I took a little bit of profit off of this though, because we're retesting this exhaustion area. Okay, we retested that. I closed my Clo short. I opened long on Clo. just starting to build, seeing if I can get some levels to stick on Clo. Long on Beat, took some profits off of Beat already. And then took some profits off of ETH. I mean, port's already doubled since we've been streaming today. You guys are hearing exactly how I do it. So when you guys ask me like, oh, how does that happen? How does he turn this amount into that amount? Like literally you can hear the dings when I'm entering and exiting. Clo came down some. We need to check on Clo. Ooh, Clo came down a lot. Okay, so you're taking that line for liquidity. Okay. I see you. I see you. I see you. A small little ad for me on Clo. I'm getting into this pocket right over here. This pocket. There'll be some build areas in there. Just gotta let ETH breathe. It's the main thing. Just gotta let it breathe. I want to. My focus now is going to be on Sol and Clo. I'm waiting for Sol to get to that level. I'm not not touching it just yet. Nice. Did you touch? You sure did. I can't see that. I need to take that off. I can't see that. Oh, you didn't. Not yet. You get in there. I like this area. There we go. So take this liquidity line for liquidity. Still have this little space down here, which sits right on this volume profile and sits right into this dynamic as well too. What did I do there just now? Oh. Okay. Yeah. And you probably got a 3 on you, right? Yeah. Splitting hairs, but yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, we've been streaming since what, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. So yeah, like 3 hours. I mean, what I shared inside of the corner, I mean, that's 3 hours of worth of work. That's what it should look like. Like if you're going to be in front of the charts and you're going to be spending that amount of time, that's what it should look like. It's not going to be like that every time. Don't get me wrong. I'm giving you an example. That's what it should look like. You can walk away from the day and be like, I'm good. I mean, I'll spend a little bit more time with you guys, you know. Not gonna leave you here on your own. I want to see Chloe get back over here, bro. 0.23. Actually, I'll go to a 4 hour. And I mean, this would be the ideal. That's 2.4, but I'll take 2.3. I'll take 2.3. But these are just scalps right now, bro. They're just scalps. So the time frame that you see me working on, they're just going to be scalps. They're not swings. So you can come down to an even lower time frame. You can come to like a 3 minute, something like that. And you see where this trend line is at. Let's say you're utilizing that. So the price action gets back to this area and starts rejecting, and then just take profit. Don't overcomplicate it. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. That's literally what I've been doing for the last couple hours with you guys. Just in and out, in and out. We're running into that stagnant part of the day. Okay. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Oh. That's what's up. That's a good goal. That's a good goal. And that's what we need to practice just daily, right? Just have those goals. You know, sometimes the goal is there's no trade, right? That's also an option. Sometimes there's just no trade. I mean, that could be a setup that way if I go from these pivots. And then that thing just goes bye-bye. That could be. That could be. And what is that? 2.4? That's kind of my area that I'm looking for. Hang on for a second, guys. Bro, these spam calls are insane. I just took a little bit off of Clo. That's all I did. Let's see if what did I say earlier in that 3 minute? Yeah, see, look what I was talking about. See, just tap the bottom of that trend line and then retrace. That's why I took profit off of that. new 15 minutes starting. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I closed my short a little bit early, but that's okay. I'm still satisfied with the profits. It served its purpose. It's not like a main coin that I trade all the time. It was just something that popped up on our scanner, so you know these coins have moves. What else is popping up in the scanner? Still getting C grade. Yeah, we're still getting C grades. They had a long for Ordi. Yeah, I wouldn't have long that. And I bet that was probably like a C grade too. Some of you guys are probably wondering, like, what the heck is he talking about a scanner? What is he? I'm talking about this inside of our. It's at the VIP section. So I'm looking for these grades right here. I'm looking for those grades. These are just on watch list. But if you wanted to do it like this, you can just come in here and type in grade. And then if you want, let's say an A, X, the cat's meowing and scared the crap out of me. Sorry. So X is one of them. We'll go look at that on a chart here in a second. Link was another one. ILV, I don't even know what that is. Home. Yeah, there's so many coins on here that are just random, but you can see where the setups are, the grading for them. Fartcoin, wow. And if it doesn't hit, like if it hits like a stop loss or something like that, the alert will signal for it. So you'll see, like, for example, Ordi got stopped out. This is just showing you the trades for the day that it's given. So it's giving you the scanner performance for the day. And it will routinely update them and then show you like the top winners, which are the strongest moves for TP events, and then which ones got stopped out. So when you hear me say I'm running through the scanner, I'm primarily looking for these and seeing what's new that's popped in here, and I'm looking for these. It doesn't mean that I don't take these. It's just the grade C's, they more go on a watch list, something that you should just be paying attention to, and then, you know, see what that move looks like on your end. All right, we got movement again on Clo. Yeah, Bonk was on there. Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't even touch it though, to be honest. I didn't even touch it. Nice push. Thank you. Did you go lower? Yeah, almost like double bottomish. No, now it's swept. Okay, now it's swept. Now you went to the 2.24. And ETH is moving back up again, or at least trying to recover. Yeah. Beat is coming down again. Why is that still on there? And what is Sol doing? Sol didn't come back to my level yet. I'm still waiting on Sol. Yeah, I had a short on Clo and I closed it. And I'm seeing if I can build a long on Clo. Probably. I'm just going to remove this for now, just so I can see what I'm looking at better. Yeah, because I'm looking at this as A, B, and then C. We shorted B this morning. So I'm looking at C levels. That's why I'm taking the long. Because approaching C levels, then I'll get some type of bounce. And I'll probably close that, flip back to a short, and then see if it's going to give me an 88, 70, 76 or 88% retracement. If it holds those grounds based off of wherever that wave one is structured from, then I'll close the short and then relong it. But if it blows past this area, then I got something different on my hands. Which then at that point I'll be positioned for the short. You gotta quit your job? No, you don't have to, brother. Good news is this is on YouTube, so everything will be on a playback for you. There was an interruption, so I don't know how that playback is gonna look later, because my internet basically took a crap on me mid-trade, midstream. Nothing gives a trader more of a panic attack than your internet going out when you're in the middle of trades. But the point being is, like, yeah, the playback will be there, so you could always filter back, see what was going on, what were the trades, and then you can go back to charts and look at it saying, okay, this is what he did. If I were to do the same, or if I want to trade the same coin, what would I be looking for? Appreciate you, Whacker. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it might have been too early on Clo. Might have been too early. I want to see if I can at least close back above here. If I can close back above here, then all of this move is just liquidity. And then they're going to start to show intent here. So intent would be here, and then anything underneath that would be liquidity. It's if I close underneath this fib level, that's when I start to defer to going, okay, I'm too early. So lower leverage, so it gives me room to play with stop losses, if you will. Like I can sit in the red for a little bit and then move, you know, either de-risk or burn the position and re-enter, whichever. So I'm wondering if they're going to rotate from like ETH BTC into some of these mid and small caps. That's my curiosity that's tinkering around right now. And then for USDT, like this is the unknown right now. Like I don't know where this wave A is going to be done at. Sometimes we get a 7 that's deeper, right? And then you'll get the 8 and 9 that's going to be higher. So then you have a 9 failure, but 8 and 9 will give you your wave B, and then the balance clearing of the 9 failure will give you your wave C. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating, or at least wanting to see for USDT. Maybe stop here, give me like 2 candles, you know, somewhere around here or maybe around here in this area, retest this area, and then come right back down again. So then wherever this lands, you know, for a wave B, I would be looking for my long on ETH. Yeah, so if you guys come across anything on the scanner, I mean, it's there for everybody. So, you know, although it's there for me to review, sometimes I'm not reviewing it. So you guys may see something before I do. Please let me know, share. Something for all of us, you know? They're going to copyright me for that one, so. Even though it's a dope song, it's one of my favorite ones. Actually, you know what? I don't care. Grass. You said the bottom on the daily for grass? You mean the top, right? Or are we talking about two different coins? My bad. That looks like a complex head and shoulders forming. Yeah. I don't know, grass might be good for a short. Sheesh. Can you imagine that? I'm gonna wait till it gets red though. That's 4 hour. I'd wait till this gets red because this thing might spur over to here and the idea that I have is gonna be wrong. Right over here. I'll set an alarm for it too. I can set it on there, but that's gonna move, so we're gonna do it like this. Yeah, that's right over here. I just cleared a lot of that gap.
I'm blowing purple smoke, I cough it out. Ball it up, then ball it out. Tap the bottle, pour it out. Now do the fade away and throw some paper away, and we can skate away. Tell the ops I'll be late today. Oh, I could thug it out. Oh, start it out.
So just taking some profits off of those.
I'm talking Magic City or even body tap. You know that money ain't a thing, we throwing 1,000 stacks. Oh yeah, we toss it out. You know I'm talking about. When capital status in the house, you know New York is out.
Weekly? Damn, that's so hard on. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's more data. I was about to say, I was like, where's the rest of this data? Yeah, I want to see a retest. And this would be ideal. A nice retest over here. But I may not get that. But you definitely, I mean, you got an Adam and Eve here going on. You got the Adam right here. And then you got an Eve that's developing right over here. Oh, nobody can see that. Let's try that again. Yeah, grass. Whew, grass has so much space to go up. Damn, I might look for a long on that one too. What can I get here? You get anything with that? Not really, but that body. There's a... No, that's too big. Damn, this one's tough. Okay, so, okay, it's all the same thing, okay. Sometimes you need a little boost, sometimes you need a little boost. Alright. No, nah, not really. Still don't agree with that. Okay, okay, I see what you're doing. Yes, but it's still kind of wrong. Okay. Yeah, let's go ABC on this. I'm gonna go A. Let's try that again, Saint, for the umpteenth time. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna look for shorts on grass here now. I wonder if I can hold this level. That's kind of risky. But let's go and find grass. Yeah, I'll look at it now. Are you targeting the order block a little bit higher? Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, so I think I see what you're seeing too. Yeah, let's set an alarm on this, and let's see what happens when we get back inside that. Cloud took a crap. Beat's gonna come down again. Oh, this person came in and then they can't verify. Yeah, let's make sure the capture bot is on. Hang on. One moment, please. Come on. Everything running stagnant here. See, there's little liquidity right here, so this feels like inducement. Same thing for beat. Feels like inducement right here. That's why I was just taking TPs on those. Not fully closing out, just de-risking, taking profits, and then when we get back to respectable areas, then I just have add backs. If you're having trouble getting to the server, there's a captcha bot that's going to message you. It's part of our security protocols. So if you're not receiving that, then reach out to me on X. You can DM me there. And my handle is literally right on your screen. Crypto Saint TA on X. You can DM me there if you're having trouble getting into the server. I think one of the bots was offline. I just turned it back on. Just a little bit lower ETH, just a wee bit lower. Then we'll probably get a bigger wave A here. So this will probably be the A. Hi, buddy. Oh, I'll feed you a little bit, I promise, okay?
Dad, it's 2 o'clock. It's my lunchtime. Feed me now. Feed me now, slave.
My cat had a voice. That's the voice he has. What is this? This is Clo. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. So glad I took profits on that. Yep. I remember what I was saying earlier, like we want to see that fib level holds. So retracement underneath it is fine. It's closing underneath it, or at least starting to reject that fib level. Then that opens the door for the next fib level, which is 2.618, which is 18,185. So what I'm sharing with you is when you're looking at a chart, how to come up with an invalidation for yourself. Pengu? Oh, I haven't looked at that. I've heard of that one. I've never traded that one though. Actually, no, I think that's a lie. I think I've charted that once before. Oh no, it was Peanut. Sorry, it was Peanut. I think it was one of those funky meme coins. Alright, so you want to hold that fib, but you're teasing it. So what are you gonna do, Chloe? Yeah, just a scalping day, man. Scalping day. I mean, if ETH is what we think it is in the sense of a wave C, if that's, that's the area, then that's going to be a swing. Look at Chloe. What are you on, man? Yeah, it's trying to make its intent there at the 1915 area. Give me a second, guys. I gotta feed my cat. Hold on. Come on, buddy. Alright. Hey, water. You need a double dose. You need water. Hey. Water. I don't know. Oh. All right, I'm back. I'm back. All right, everything's decent so far. Chloe is definitely up to something too, man. I have a feeling they're going to print a red dot right here to have another shakeout. Mind you, we're on a 15-minute, so don't hold your breath, but that's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, the bot's online, so nobody should have any issues getting into the server. Still getting C grades. Oh, we got a B grade. Oh, and Pengu, that's why you said Pengu. Okay. I'm with you. Okay. Yeah, I'll look at it now. Let's move Soul, because we're still waiting for Soul. What did you give me? You gave me a long. Why? What do you want me to long? 74? Bro, you're out of your mind. I am not long in that. No. You want me to long 74 right here? You want me to long here and take me where? 82? Which is here? Nah, okay. Well, I kind of see what you're saying now. Okay. Because you think there's still more expansion in volume? Where's volume at? Volume's at 16 of 20 though. It's not the best of volume, to be honest with you. Let's look at a profile real quick. Let's look at a smaller profile. Okay. I was wrong. I see what you're looking at. I see what you're looking at. Okay. I think I'm gonna wait for a pullback on that one. I think I'll wait for a pullback on that. Yeah, I don't like that level that it's calling for though. That feels risky as heck. I don't like that level. Yeah, no. You know what? I'm actually going to do the opposite of what you just said. Hmm. Let's take a wider look. Let's look at structure on this one. Oh man, this has got the exact same setup as ETH. Jeez, like copy paste. Slight differentials, but that was the exact same as ETH. Oh shoot! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! One. No, 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 no. Hmm. That's a deep 5. That 5 looks bigger though, so that's probably this would probably be a 4. Okay. And you got your ABC here. Oh, souls at our limit. Whoop. Oh. I'll come back to Pengu. All right, soul. All right, we're gonna football here, a small little position on soul. Low leverage, 3x. Looking at shorts. See if I can get a short to stick on this. All right, I'm at my limit. I got 4 open right now. And just for transparency, so you can see that I'm in soul. I will come back to grass. I have an alarm set for, oh man, look at that. Well, sometimes you miss them, sometimes you miss them. I'll still wait. I'll still wait. I'll come back to grass. We already have an alarm set for that, for grass. Soul, the alarm just went off for that, so, and it's tapping it again. Okay. I need to monitor that. And I think that's okay. I think that's got one more in it. A little bit more juice in it. Okay. So I want to focus on Clo. Because Clo looks like it's on the struggle bus here. There it goes. Come on, come down, come down, come down, come down, come down, come down, come down. Okay. Let's see if I can hold that. Body to wick, to wick. Dangerous grounds, boys, dangerous grounds. My break even is just underneath the last low on Clo. So even if I go to that area, I'll break even and then I'll look for a re-entry. If anybody's curious or wondering. But I am at capacity with positions. I don't want to open any other ones. Grass looked good. Pengu, I didn't have time to actually break that down the way I wanted to. You got to count for H. Put it in the server. I'll take a look. Can wave C sweep the wave 1 or close under? No. You're talking about a subwave after your 1? No. Then your 1 wasn't done. Or your 2 is already done and your 2 is short and you're inside 3. You gotta show me what you're looking at to give you specificity. I'll take a look now. That's your 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then you have your A, B, and C. Oh, you're talking about sweep the 1 from when your 1 originated? Yeah, that's fine as long as, because you're inside of a bigger wave 2, so your wave C is going to be the peak of wave C. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I understand your question now, and I'm hoping I'm answering it the right way. You're talking about your purple wave count, and then your red subwave, or your red subwave for wave C is deeper than the origins of where the green intermediate count was. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so Clo is getting away from me. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. I'll probably break even and then re-enter, to be honest with you. And Sol is kind of hovering right around our spot. I'm gonna leave Sol alone right now. I didn't re-enter Clo. I'm at a break-even spot right now. Like literally my finger on the trigger to yoink it. And Sol's back at the, yeah, Sol keeps tapping that line. Ooh, there's no liquidity on that. Yeah, there it goes. Yep, they keep drawing this trend line and they're taking it. So where do you want to go? You want down here? You're on this block right now. You're sitting on that block. Same thing again, right? Like if it holds this block, but then starts rejecting this fib level, then you got to get out, because most likely it's probably going to come down to this lower level right over here. 190. Yeah, see, it just rejected it. All right, let me scale out of some of that. Okay, and that opens the door for me to build on Sol. So we're gonna go to Sol. Let me see if I can get an ad here on Sol. Okay. There's an ad on Sol. Alright, and then Chloe. Chloe, you little stinker. You made me de-risk. You better come back down here. You better come back down. I mean, de-risk into profit, so I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong. That's okay. It opened up the door for me to add to Sol. I just took profits and add to Sol. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Now can you come back down, please, Chloe? I'd be much appreciated. I'm getting kind of tired of looking at you. You're just hanging out. You're not really doing much. What are you up to, ETH? Yeah, it's just trying to flip that area. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. So you tapped right into that profile, which you're basically trying to flip resistance over here. That's pretty much what you just did. You cleared this over here, thin liquidity there. So you cleared there, but now you're rejecting off of that area. Which tells me that you should have rejected here, but obviously I think there was a manipulation. You can tell by that. And they continued the manipulation. So this is where they wanted the intent to be. Man, it's such a tight little area though, man. It's tight like a tiger. Yeah, it's tight. So this move right here was showing us where they were giving us resistance. Then we had a spike up into this area. Then with some deeper trace, well, not deeper tracing, but an immediate throwdown. But the next following candle that opened didn't have any liquidity. So that points towards, you know, a manipulation in the move. I drew this line here because initially when this move all occurred for Chloe, when it did all this crap and moved all the way up to here, this is where it wanted to stop. But manipulation, they're like, well, people are opening up short, so they're going to keep shorting it, so we're going to keep longing it. And they push the price. So now price is naturally coming back to this area where it wanted to be. So it's a small little range from here to here because you have a volume profile. So this is really where volume is sitting at right here, where we saw the spikes, a heavy amount of volume. So there's a lot of orders that are sitting here inside this area. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to start wrapping up here on my side. We got in a good solid 5 hours. Had a little bit of interruption, but good stream, good session. Some of you guys got some good positions. I'm hoping you guys took some profits along the way. You know, similar to what I was doing. You don't have to use the same margin I do. It's just more of conditioning yourself for discipline when it comes to taking these trades, especially on these live setups. You have someone such as myself that's going to be navigating for it, but you know, I'm not pushing the button for you. So I say all that to say this, that I'm hoping that you were profitable during this stream. And if you weren't, we always got tomorrow, because we still have the remainder of the challenge to go until we hit our mark. But I will hang out here for the, you know, another like 15, 20 more minutes, answer any questions that you guys have in regards to setups, the things that we've been discussing throughout the course of the day. And then if something pops up later and you're like, oh man, I forgot to ask him that, always feel free to go into the server where you can ask that question and basically get me on a one-on-one in that sense. But I'll bring you back to the charts. And close right back to where it basically began. Yeah. So I'm viewing close probably going to come down to these levels right over here. It's going to try to sweep that weekly low, which is right here. It's this red line right over here. Today was overall fun. I mean, we got to step outside of ETH, you know, tap into some other coins and some other opportunities that were out there. So I enjoyed that, or I'm enjoying it, excuse me. I think that would be a faster way for a lot of us to be, you know, profitable during these challenges. It'll also provide more learning opportunities because every coin has different structure. Some of them have similarities to others. But they do have their uniqueness to them. So that'll kind of reinforce us to double down on the education aspect of some of these streams. And entering with more precision, you know, sticking to our rules, not blindly entering. And it's good that we have the scanner. And, you know, I know I keep bringing it up, but it's a great tool. So that way we don't have to be, you know, searching or waiting for someone or looking at crypto Twitter or anything like that. We can actually get real data that shows us like, hey, look, this is what's going on this coin. This is where some momentum is at, what have you. What are you doing, Beat? Did Beat just push? It's a little tiny push. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take a little bit more profit off of that just for that reason. You like diversity? I hear you. I hear you. That's always been my crux, you know, in the world of trading. I mean, a lot of you guys know I put the label on me. I'm an ETH maxi. That doesn't mean that I'm extremely bullish on it. Like, oh, you know, it's going to 40 grand, you know, this year or anything like that. But predominantly just trade ETH. So it's been my biggest crux, is not trading other coins when there's other coins that can provide better opportunity than ETH that day, because ETH is just being slower than molasses, not moving. So I think this is a good way for us to diversify our trades, but also get some movement, you know? And if you guys notice, I've lowered my leverage. It's one thing I've been testing on my own, not degenning in. Larger margin, but lower leverage. Way more comfort. Way more comfort. At least with the current market conditions where they're at right now. You know, if ETH gave me like 1,065 or something like that, I would probably do like 65, 75x with a heavy margin. But these current market conditions, the lower lev has given me a little bit more peace of mind. Still a little bit higher on ETH because I'm a little bit more dialed in on ETH. But it still gives me way more room to breathe. So I don't say that to impress you, just impress upon that you don't need to run a high leverage trying to turn $100 into $10,000 in one move. Sometimes you just need to compound. But if you struggle with market structure or you struggle with identifying liquidity, it doesn't mean that you're a bad trader. It's just an area that you struggle with. So until you master that, or at least become a little bit more comfortable with identifying structure and liquidity, then my recommendation would be lowering leverage. I know structure, I know liquidity, and I still lowered my leverage for the simple fact that I wanted to utilize larger margin. But turning, you know, a small port into a larger port, you know, like $100 port into $1,000 port, you know, I'll be transparent. Yes, you'll probably need to run a higher leverage in order for you to hit your target within a reasonable amount of time. But the higher the leverage, the more aggressive you're going to need to be on your TPs. You're just going to have to be. Lower leverage, you can be a little bit more lax, you know? Give it some breathing room, what have you. Yo, Chloe was that Chloe? Yeah, Chloe just gave us a gap up. Ugh, don't want to see that. But same thing as before, right? Like we had the initial wick down, push up, close above this fib. Then we had another candle, I believe. Where did this open? So close underneath. Actually, it closed above here. Right? Am I tripping? No, it closed below. Okay. It closed above. Get it together, Saint. So it closed above here. Closed above the fib. Same thing here. Now we have another one. When we see these gaps like this, price will come back and fill in that gap. These are called gaps. Price action gaps. You see them more in stocks and bonds. They're not as frequent in crypto because crypto just moves so fast that there's really no move, but this is an unauthentic move. This whole move right here. Now this is the intense line that we were talking about. I want to see it break against that intense line. I'm not going to open up short. As a matter of fact, all I'm going to do here is just I'm going to de-risk some. Those are just invitations for me. That's my own personal take. That's my belief system. That's how I work. That's how I operate. So when I reach a specific level, it's an invitation. There's one or two ways you can accept the invitation. You can de-risk and, you know, take a little bit of it off the top, so it gives you some more room to put into other coins, or maybe you come back to an entry that's close to yours and you can add to your margin, whatever. Or you can completely close it and just be out and just say, I'll take that. But those become invitations. Still got a decent run on them thus so far. That's what everything looks like right now. Sol's the only one that's sitting a little bit underwater. But little here, little there, little here, little there, little here, little there. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And then you just start becoming like a machine, man. You're gonna make mistakes, don't get me wrong. This is why it's important, like if you run a lower leverage, it gives you the opportunity to make mistakes. You can make a boo-boo and be okay. You see, and then it came all the way back down. Now it just gave us that wick underneath, so now it's starting to balance out this current candle that we see here. Like, now close this gap. That's really what I'm looking for. I want to see this gap close. In a perfect world, close the gap, then move back up. That's in a perfect world. I would like to add that there's very thin liquidity that sits right here. As a matter of fact, we can just move that line. These are basically naked. What is that, 19,240? Yeah, so you got a shave bottom there. 19,700, 19,250. So no, there's liquidity that sits there, but there's none that sits right here. So like, let's say you're still holding that short that we had from earlier. More power to you. Like, you didn't have to close it. I closed mine for my own purposes, and I've already explained the reasons why I've closed it. But if you're holding it and you're like, okay, well, what's another target I can get to? You know, I don't want to get too greedy. Then I'd look for this to be filled. And then if you're looking for longs, I'd look for that to be filled on a sweep and then look for your entry. In the sales world, they call it KISS. Keep it simple. Sally. They use another word, but we'll just say Sally. I appreciate that you guys like the hat. Maybe we'll do a giveaway for some Liquidity Citadel merch. Maybe we'll do something like that. See? And there goes Chloe, doing exactly what we just said. Soul is being weird-ish. So close that gap. Remember that gap that we were just talking about? Close that gap so there's no more gap there. It's trying to create balance. This fib level right here is something we should be looking at, right? It's basically this level right here, this resistance. So they're trying to flip that area that was a resistance into support. That's what the market's trying to do. Merch is what you need. Yeah, I'll work on it. They weren't, this hat wasn't cheap though, to be honest with you. I mean, think, you know, customized and all that stuff, I think it was like 67 bucks, something like that. I was like, damn, for a hat with some letters on it, but everything's raised on it and all that. So I get it. I get it. Took them like 2 hours to do it though. That was the only part that I was just like growing impatient with. But yeah, well, we'll look into it. I'll get with some of the mods, see what they want to do. You ready to buy, bro? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll look at some shirts. I was gonna do some shirts actually. But I'm a hoodie kind of guy, so I might do hoodies instead. I don't know. The idea's out there. Right now, the primary focus for me and some of the mods and some of the guys in the corners is just growing the community. That's the primary focus. So if you know anybody that likes to trade, wants to learn, likes the vibe, you know where to send them. That's the goal. Yeah, I think that's the same shave bottom I'm looking at right now too, right over here. I'm on 15 minutes, so it's showing up on even lower time frames, so we'll probably get that. We'll probably get a sweep into that, which will put us right on this volume profile block. There's a 19011. So let's just 1901. Let's just say 1901. Beat's got, I like beat. I just don't trust the move. That's all. So as that thing continues to keeps moving up, I just take a little bit of profit off of it. Just a little bit here and there. Just a little here and there. And rotate it right back into Sol. Where's Sol? There you are. My top gainer right now is Beat. From shorting it and longing it. Shorted up Beat over the weekend. Actually, I think we were streaming Friday. Yeah, we were streaming Friday. So I started building shorts on Friday, and I think it was Saturday. Saturday, it actually pumped to like 11 something. I remember I was on the road. I was like, oh, shoot. Enter, 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 enter. And so now just rode it on the way down. I don't have hedge set up on this exchange yet, which I'll do eventually. So we'll get into some hedges. We'll do that next. Oh, that's BTC. Well, if BTC decides to take a dump, then might be lights out for a lot of things. My two biggest focus, coin-wise, you know, I think ETH is okay where it's at right now. You know, it's on a 50-50 scale for me. Like 1865 still on the table for the day, right? We can get like a late in the day push into those levels, so that's still on the table for me. It's a smaller margin, just slowly building that one. But the ones that are going to be like the gainers for me currently, like I'm looking at Clo and Beat, and then I would like to see Sol kind of follow suit. That would be ideal. And everything that comes for those are just going to be rotated into ETH long positions. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to do. You don't have to do the same. Just saying, that's what I'm going to do. But like I said, I feel like overall successful stream for all of us. Some of the setups that I was going over ideas with, I'll post them inside of the server. As a matter of fact, I'll create a playback link under the live playback channel. So anybody that maybe is catching this late or whomever may have missed it, I'll post that link inside there, and I'll post the setups that are in there. So if any of you guys are curious as to where I'm going to be putting those, it's going to be in the server. It's going to be in the live playback, so you know what I was looking at, what I was trading. And then when I log off here, you'll have a full form map as far as what I'm looking at. That takes a little bit of time for me to do. And then managing all these coins at the same time and mapping and doing all that. My brain don't work that way. So, but other than that, I mean, that's going to be it for me. You know, I appreciate you guys for being here, vibing with me. It's always a pleasure. I love working with you guys. I love hearing some of your guys' ideas, your input, your frustrations, your wins. I like it all. I feed off of that. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for participating. We'll be doing the same thing again tomorrow. I'm going to set up the stream here later on today, so you'll have the link readily available. Trying to go and do the same time. I'm waiting for New York Open to come in to kind of let the market digest just within the first hour, and then we're going to run again around 10:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, running it for roughly around 3 to 4 hours. Hopefully we don't have any internet interruptions, which we shouldn't, but nevertheless, that's going to be our schedule going in for tomorrow. And then Wednesday, looking at possibly taking a break Wednesday and then continue it again on Thursday and Friday. So the goal is to have at least 4 streams. If I'm not streaming, it does not mean that I'm not running the challenge. I'll still be running the challenge. You'll see those calls inside the server. And worst case scenario, if the market is heavily volatile, then I'll just run a stream within the server so you guys have a little bit more exclusivity. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Thank you for being here. Feel free to check out the subscription or not. It's your choice. But if you do want access to our server, everything is inside of the link description for this video, including where I trade at. Right now, Blofin is offering 20% cash back for all deposits. So it's something for everyone to consider, especially if you need additional capital for trading. This is one way that you could receive more capital. Just because you're part of Liquidity Citadel, you'll receive that bonus. Outside of that, thank you again, guys. Be safe, be profitable. And if nobody's told you today, Jesus loves you.